There is a particular kind of tiredness, the kind that sleep does not immediately fix. It is not only in the body, it is in the mind. The feeling that something in your life is incomplete, a conversation that never resolved, a goal that stalled halfway, a version of yourself you meant to become, but somehow never did. And at night, when everything grows quiet, that unfinished feeling grows louder. You replay, you reconsider, you imagine how it could have been different. Tonight, I want to tell you a story about a man who lived beside something unfinished for many years. Not a relationship, not a career, a bridge that was never completed. And instead of walking away from it, he chose to sit beside it. If you are lying down right now, let your body settle. You do not have to finish anything tonight. You do not have to solve the past. Just listen. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. Notice your breathing without trying to change it. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. Good. Let us begin. Story 1. The Man Who Sat Beside the Unfinished Bridge. In a quiet town, divided by a wide, slow-moving river, there once lived a man named Elias. The town had two sides. On the eastern bank, there were markets, laughter, music, and crowded streets. On the western bank, there were fields, farms, and open skies. For years, the townspeople had planned to build a bridge connecting the two sides. It would make life easier, trade faster, visits simpler. Elias had been one of the first to volunteer. He was younger then, strong, ambitious, full of plans. He believed that helping build the bridge would make him useful, important. Each morning, he carried stones to the river's edge. Each afternoon, he mixed mortar and aligned wooden beams. The structure slowly began to rise from the water. Two strong foundations were built on either side. A few pillars reached upward from the riverbed, and then the work stopped. Funding disappeared. Leadership changed. Arguments broke out among the town elders. The project was abandoned. The half-built bridge remained, two solid ends reaching out toward one another, but never touching. Years passed. The wood weathered. The stone gathered moss. Most townspeople stopped noticing it, but Elias did not. Every evening after his work in the fields, he walked to the river and sat beside the unfinished structure. He would stare at the gap between the two sides, so close, yet never completed. Sometimes he imagined how different life would be if the bridge had been finished. He might have started a business on the other side. He might have met different people. He might have become someone else entirely. The bridge became more than wood and stone. It became a symbol of what almost was, of what could have been. And slowly, without realizing it, Elias began to feel like the bridge itself. Started, but not completed. Capable, but unrealized. At night, lying in his small house near the river, he would replay those early days of construction. If I had pushed harder, if I had spoken louder at the meetings, if I had convinced others not to quit. He carried these thoughts like heavy stones in his chest. One evening, as the sun set low and painted the river in shades of gold, an old woman from the town approached him. She had seen him sitting there many times before. "You come here often," she said gently. Elias nodded. "It should have been finished," he replied, without looking at her. The old woman studied the bridge quietly. "Yes," she said, "it should have." They sat in silence for a few moments. The river moved steadily beneath the incomplete structure, indifferent to plans, indifferent to regret. "Why do you keep sitting here?" she asked softly. Elias hesitated. "I suppose," he said slowly, "I am waiting." "For what?" "For it to feel less unfinished." The old woman smiled faintly, but said nothing more. She left him there with the sound of water flowing under beams that led nowhere. That night, Elias felt the familiar ache of incompletion pressing against him. Perhaps you know that feeling. The sense that something in your life stopped halfway. A dream, a relationship, a path you began but did not finish. Notice how that feels in your body right now. Is there tightness? A quiet restlessness? Elias believed that as long as the bridge remained unfinished, something inside him would also remain incomplete. But what he did not yet understand was that the river had been flowing peacefully the entire time. And in the next part of this story, something small will happen, something almost unnoticeable, that begins to change the way he sees that gap between the two sides. For now, let your breath soften again. Inhale slowly, exhale gently. You do not have to complete every bridge tonight. Just rest beside the river. The next evening, Elias returned to the river as he always did. The sky was pale blue, fading slowly into dusk. The air carried the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke. The unfinished bridge stood in its familiar silence, two halves reaching toward one another, separated by open space. But something was different. A small wooden boat was tied to one of the lower beams. It hadn't been there before. Elias stepped closer. The boat was simple, narrow, sturdy. A pair of oars rested inside. No sign marked it. No one stood nearby. He looked around, confused. The bridge had never been completed, but now someone had found another way across. He sat down on the riverbank and watched. After a short while, a young woman from the eastern side approached. She untied the boat, stepped inside, and began rowing steadily across the river. No drama, no ceremony, just quiet movement. The water parted around the boat. The oars dipped in and out with a gentle rhythm. Elias felt something stir inside him, something he couldn't quite name. For years, he had stared at the gap in the bridge as if it were a wound, but the river had always been crossable, just not in the way he imagined. Over the next few days, he noticed more people using the boat. A farmer carrying a small basket of vegetables. A boy delivering a message. An elderly man visiting family on the other side. No one complained about the unfinished bridge. They simply rowed. The old woman who had spoken to him returned one afternoon and sat beside him again. "You see the boat," she said quietly. Elias nodded. "It's not the same," he replied. "No," she agreed, "it isn't." They watched as another villager crossed the water. "You were waiting for the bridge to feel less unfinished," she reminded him. "Yes." "And yet," she said softly, "life has been crossing anyway." Elias felt a quiet resistance rise in him. "But it should have been completed," he insisted. "It would have been better." "Perhaps," she said, "but is better the same as necessary?" The question lingered between them. He had spent years believing that the bridge represented his unrealized potential. If it had been completed, he would have felt whole. If it had been finished, his effort would have meant something. But watching the boat move back and forth, he began to notice something subtle. The river did not feel like an obstacle anymore. It felt like part of the landscape. He closed his eyes for a moment. For years, he had tightened whenever he looked at the gap between the two halves of wood and stone. Now, as he listened to the steady splash of oars, that tightness softened slightly. The bridge was incomplete, and yet the crossing was happening. That evening, instead of sitting on the bank, Elias walked down to the water. He untied the boat carefully and stepped inside. For a moment, fear flickered through him. He had not crossed the river in years. He had waited for the bridge. But now, with his hands on the oars, he felt the gentle resistance of water against wood. He pushed. The boat moved forward. The river was not violent. It did not fight him. It carried him steadily toward the other side. Halfway across, he paused. From the center of the river, he could see both banks clearly. The unfinished bridge stood behind him, still incomplete, still reaching toward nothing. But from this angle, it did not look like failure. It looked like effort. It looked like something that had begun sincerely, even if it had not ended perfectly. And suddenly, he realized something that shifted deeply within him. He had been measuring his life by completion. Finished projects, clear outcomes, perfect endings. But life was mostly crossings, movements, adjustments, alternate paths. He reached the western bank and stepped out of the boat. Nothing dramatic happened, no revelation, no applause, just a simple realization. The bridge did not need to be finished for his life to continue. He had been waiting for closure, but the river had been open all along. If you are listening now, perhaps there is something in your life that feels incomplete. A chapter that ended without explanation. A goal that faded halfway through. A version of yourself you never fully became. Notice how your mind wants resolution. Notice how it wants everything tied neatly together. Now, imagine a small boat. A quiet, ordinary way forward. Not the grand bridge you once imagined. Just one gentle crossing at a time. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. You do not need to finish every structure in your past. You only need to take the next small movement available to you. In the final part of this story, Elias will learn that the unfinished bridge has something else to teach him, something even deeper than acceptance. For now, let the river flow. After that first crossing, Elias did not suddenly become peaceful. It would be comforting if the story ended there. But real understanding rarely arrives all at once. The next evening, he returned to the river as usual. The unfinished bridge stood in its familiar place, two strong foundations reaching out into open air. He looked at it carefully. Even after rowing across, even after feeling that quiet shift inside, there was still a small tightening in his chest. The mind is slow to release old stories. He sat down on the riverbank and listened to the water. The boat rocked gently against the wood. A thin breeze brushed across the surface of the river, breaking the reflection of the sky into trembling fragments. He noticed something subtle. For years, when he looked at the gap between the two halves of the bridge, his attention stopped there, at the gap, at what was missing. But now, his eyes wandered. He noticed the strength of the foundations. He noticed how firmly they were rooted into stone beneath the water. He remembered the early mornings of carrying rock, the soreness in his shoulders, the determination in his chest. The bridge had not failed. It had simply paused. And suddenly, he realized something deeper. He had been treating unfinished as worthless. But unfinished does not mean meaningless. He closed his eyes. How many things in his life were still in progress? His patience, his courage, his understanding of himself. None of these were completed structures, and yet they were alive. The old woman approached again that evening, walking slowly with a wooden cane. "You crossed," she said quietly. "Yes," Elias replied. "And?" He searched for words. "It didn't fix anything," he admitted. She nodded. "Did it need to?" He sat with that question. For so long, he had believed that crossing would heal the regret. But healing had not come from the act itself. It had come from letting go of the demand that everything be finished perfectly. "I think," he said slowly, "I was waiting for the bridge to complete me." The old woman smiled softly. "And what do you think now?" Elias looked at the river. "I think I was already standing on solid ground." The woman tapped her cane gently against the earth. "Most people," she said, "sit beside their unfinished bridges for years. They stare at what is missing and forget to feel the ground beneath their feet." The river continued its steady movement, unconcerned, unrushed. Elias felt his breathing slow. For the first time, he did not feel like a half-built structure. He felt like a man sitting beside a river at sunset. Nothing more, nothing less. And perhaps that was enough. If you are listening now, notice where your attention rests. Does it sit on what is missing? On the gap? Now gently shift your attention. Feel the bed supporting you. Feel the air touching your skin. Feel your breath moving without effort. There is already solid ground beneath you. You do not need to complete yourself before you rest. The bridge remained unfinished. The boat continued to cross, and Elias continued to visit the river, not to measure what was incomplete, but to practice sitting with it. Because unfinished things are not problems to solve before sleep. They are simply parts of being human. In the next story, we will meet someone who believed she needed to repair every crack in her life before she could feel calm. But like Elias, she will slowly discover that peace does not wait for perfection. For now, let your mind rest beside the river. Inhale slowly, exhale gently, and allow the unfinished parts of your life to soften just for tonight. Story 2: The Woman Who Tried to Repair Every Crack. In the same town, not far from the river, there lived a woman named Mira. If Elias was known for sitting beside the unfinished bridge, Mira was known for fixing things: broken chairs, leaking roofs, cracked pottery, faded paint on wooden doors. If something in the town split, chipped, or bent, people brought it to her, and she always tried to make it whole again. Her small workshop stood near the market square. The air inside smelled of wood shavings and warm glue. Tools hung neatly on the wall. Shelves held items waiting to be repaired, handles to reattach, legs to reinforce, hinges to realign. Mira moved with constant purpose, tightening, sanding, polishing. She believed deeply that things should not remain broken. But over time, that belief began to spread beyond furniture and tools. When two neighbors argued, she stepped in to mediate. When a friend felt sad, she searched urgently for advice. When her brother made a mistake, she tried to correct it for him. She carried invisible tools everywhere, and at night, when she finally lay down in her small room behind the workshop, her mind did not rest. Instead, it reviewed the day. I should have said that differently. I should have helped more. I should have fixed that sooner. If someone was disappointed, she felt responsible. If something remained imperfect, she felt uneasy. Her thoughts were like tiny cracks spreading across the surface of her mind, and she tried to repair each one. One evening, a customer brought her an old clay bowl that had shattered into many pieces. "It was my grandmother's," the woman said softly. "Can you fix it?" Mira examined the fragments carefully. The cracks were deep. Some pieces were missing entirely. She hesitated. "Yes," she said finally, "I will try." For hours she worked. She aligned the fragments, glued them carefully, held them in place until they bonded. She filled the gaps with resin and smoothed the surface gently. When she finished, the bowl held its shape again. But faint golden lines traced the paths where it had broken. She stared at it. It was no longer what it once had been. It carried its history openly. The next day, the woman returned and lifted the bowl in her hands. Tears filled her eyes. "It's beautiful," she whispered. Mira blinked in surprise. Beautiful? She saw the cracks clearly. The customer traced one of the golden seams gently. "I'm glad you didn't hide them," she said. After the woman left, Mira sat quietly in her workshop. She had not tried to hide the cracks. She had simply been unable to erase them completely. And yet, someone had called it beautiful. That night, as she lay awake again reviewing the day, she noticed something unusual. Her thoughts were trying to repair even her own emotions. Why did I feel impatient earlier? Why wasn't I kinder? Why am I still thinking about this? She was trying to sand down her own humanity, and it was exhausting. Across town, Elias sat by the river, no longer staring at the gap with the same ache. Mira, meanwhile, stared at the ceiling in the dark, trying to fix every small imperfection inside herself. If you are listening now, perhaps you recognize her. The constant adjusting, the quiet self-correction, the need to smooth every crack before resting. Notice how that feels in your body. Is your jaw tight? Are your shoulders slightly raised? You do not have to repair everything tonight. Mira did not yet understand this, but soon something in her workshop would break in a way she could not immediately fix. And in that moment, she would face the same lesson Elias discovered beside the unfinished bridge. For now, let your breath soften. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. You are allowed to be unfinished. The thing that broke was not large. It was not rare. It was not even expensive. It was her father's wooden workbench. The bench had stood in her workshop since she was a child. Its surface was worn smooth by decades of use. Small dents and scratches marked where tools had slipped, where wood had been shaped, where mistakes had quietly happened. One afternoon, as Mira leaned heavily against it while tightening a clamp, she heard a sharp crack. The front leg of the bench split down the middle. The entire structure tilted. Tools slid. A jar of nails spilled across the floor. A chisel clattered loudly against stone. Mira froze. For a moment, she just stared. The bench had always felt solid, reliable, unshakable, and now it leaned awkwardly to one side. Her first instinct was immediate and fierce. Fix it. She crouched down and examined the damage. The wood had aged. The grain had weakened over time. The split was deep. She ran her fingers along the crack, feeling its roughness. This should not have happened, she thought. I should have reinforced it earlier. I should have noticed the weakness. The familiar voice of self-correction rose quickly. She pulled out clamps, glue, reinforcement brackets. She worked fast, almost urgently, but as she tried to force the two sides of the leg back together, the wood resisted. The split widened slightly under pressure. She stopped. Her breath had become shallow. The workshop felt smaller than usual. She realized something unsettling. Not everything breaks because of neglect. Some things break because time moves. She sat back on the floor, surrounded by scattered nails and tools. For the first time in years, she did not immediately know how to fix something. The bench stood tilted, imperfect, vulnerable, and instead of grabbing another tool, she did something she rarely allowed herself to do. She sat still. At first, her mind screamed with solutions. Replace the leg entirely, add a brace, rebuild the base. But beneath the rush of strategies, she noticed something softer. Grief. The bench had belonged to her father. It carried his touch, his habits, his quiet presence. By trying to fix it quickly, she was avoiding the feeling of loss. Her hands rested on her knees. The crack in the wood was visible, unhidden. For once, she did not try to hide a crack. She simply looked at it. Across town, the river continued flowing under the unfinished bridge. Elias sat quietly, no longer fighting the open space between the two sides. In her workshop, Mira felt a similar open space, one she could not repair with glue. The afternoon light shifted through the window. Dust floated lazily in the air. Her breathing slowly deepened. Inhale, exhale. The bench was broken, and yet the workshop was still standing. The tools were still there. Her hands were still capable. She realized something she had never considered before. Repairing is useful, but resisting reality is exhausting. The crack did not mean she had failed. It meant wood ages. It meant life changes. It meant nothing stays solid forever. That evening, instead of staying late to force a repair, she carefully moved her tools aside and left the bench as it was, leaning, incomplete. When she lay down to sleep that night, her mind tried its usual pattern. You should have fixed it. You wasted time. It's still broken. But instead of following each thought, she pictured the split in the wood, a simple line, not a catastrophe, just a line. She imagined tracing it gently with her finger, not erasing it, just acknowledging it. And something surprising happened. Her chest felt lighter. For years, she had believed peace would come when everything was mended. But perhaps peace begins when we stop demanding that nothing ever crack. If you are lying in the dark now, think of something in your life that feels imperfect. A flaw, a mistake, a weakness. Notice how your mind wants to tighten around it. Now imagine sitting beside it, the way Elias sat beside the unfinished bridge, not fixing, not analyzing, just sitting. Feel your breath moving in and out. The crack does not define the whole structure. The unfinished bridge does not erase the solid ground. And Mira, sitting quietly in her dim workshop, was about to discover that sometimes the most healing act is not repair. It is allowing. In the next part of this story, she will return to the broken bench, not with urgency, but with a different kind of attention. For now, let your shoulders soften. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. You do not need to repair your entire life before you sleep. The next morning, Mira entered her workshop slowly. The broken bench stood exactly as she had left it, tilted, imperfect, undeniably cracked. For a moment, the old urgency flickered. Fix it now. But she did not move toward her tools. Instead, she pulled a small stool beside the bench and sat down. Sunlight streamed through the window, landing across the split in the wood. The crack was not chaotic. It followed the natural grain, tracing a quiet path that had always been there, hidden beneath the surface. She reached out and touched it gently. The wood felt dry, slightly rough, not ruined, just aged. For the first time, she asked herself a different question. What if this bench does not need to be what it once was? Her father had built it decades ago, when his hands were strong and steady. It had served its purpose. It had supported years of work, learning, and growth. Now it was asking to become something else. Not perfect, not new, just different. Mira stood and carefully removed the damaged leg. Instead of forcing it back together, she reinforced the base with a broader support beam, stronger than before, though visibly distinct from the original wood. She did not try to hide the difference. The repair was clear, honest. When she finished, the bench stood steady again, not identical to the past, but stable. She stepped back and felt something unexpected. Relief. Not because the crack had disappeared, but because she had stopped trying to erase it. From that day forward, her approach began to shift. When customers brought broken items, she still repaired them with skill and care. But she no longer aimed to make them look untouched. If a seam remained visible, she let it remain. If a color changed slightly where wood had been replaced, she allowed it. And when people apologized for bringing something damaged, she responded gently. Everything changes shape over time. She began noticing cracks beyond the workshop too. When two neighbors argued, she no longer rushed to fix their disagreement immediately. She listened first. When a friend felt sadness, she did not offer solutions right away. She sat beside them in silence. When she herself felt tired or impatient, she did not sand down the feeling. She acknowledged it. Across town, Elias continued visiting the river, not to mourn the unfinished bridge, but to sit peacefully beside it. Mira began doing something similar in her own life. Instead of mentally repairing every flaw before rest, she allowed small imperfections to exist overnight. And that changed everything. That evening, as she lay in bed, her mind began its usual pattern. You could have done more today. You should have handled that better. But instead of tightening, she imagined the golden seam on the repaired bowl, the visible support beam beneath the bench. Strength did not require invisibility. Wholeness did not require perfection. She placed one hand lightly over her chest and felt her breathing. Inhale, exhale. The cracks in her day were not emergencies. They were part of being human. If you are listening now, perhaps you feel the urge to correct something before sleep. A message you wish you had sent differently. A tone you regret using. An outcome you wish had gone another way. Notice the tightening. And now, imagine placing a gentle golden seam along that memory, not erasing it, just honoring it as part of your story. Your life does not need to look untouched to be beautiful. The unfinished bridge stands. The bench bears its visible repair. The river flows. And you, right now, are allowed to rest exactly as you are. In our next story, we will meet someone who tried not to fix the past, but to control the future. And like Elias and Mira, he will slowly discover that peace does not come from securing every outcome. For now, let your breathing slow. Let your jaw soften. Let the day remain slightly imperfect. You do not need to polish it any further tonight. Inhale slowly, exhale gently, and rest. Story 3: The Man Who Tried to Secure Tomorrow. In a small house near the edge of town, beyond the marketplace, and not far from Mira's workshop, there lived a man named Thomas. If Elias had struggled with the past, and Mira had struggled with imperfection, Thomas struggled with tomorrow. He believed deeply in preparation. He stored extra grain in sealed containers. He repaired his roof before the first sign of rain. He kept written lists of expenses for months ahead. He calculated possibilities before making even small decisions. The townspeople respected him. He is careful, they said. He thinks ahead. And it was true. Thomas had grown up in a year of drought. Crops had failed. Supplies had thinned. His family had learned the hard way that unpreparedness carried consequences. Since then, he promised himself he would never again be caught unaware. Preparation became his comfort, but slowly, it also became his burden. Each evening, after finishing his tasks, Thomas would sit at his wooden table and review his plans. If the harvest is smaller next year, if prices rise, if illness comes, if something unexpected happens, his mind ran through scenarios endlessly. He believed this habit protected him, but it did not bring him rest. At night, when he lay down, sleep hesitated at the edge of his awareness. His thoughts rehearsed possible futures. He adjusted plans in his head. He reworked conversations that had not yet happened. He imagined disasters, then imagined solutions. He mistook constant mental preparation for control. One afternoon, while organizing sacks of grain in his storage room, he heard a knock at his door. It was Elias. "I need help rowing across the river," Elias said calmly. "The current is stronger today." Thomas hesitated. He had planned to inventory his supplies that afternoon. The sky was partly cloudy. Rain might come. The wind felt slightly stronger than usual. What if the river rises further? What if something goes wrong? He almost refused. But something in Elias's steady expression softened his resistance. "I will come," Tomas said finally. They walked together to the riverbank. The unfinished bridge stood quietly as always, its two ends reaching toward each other without touching. The boat waited near the shore. As they pushed off into the water, Thomas felt the movement of the river more sharply than Elias did. The current tugged gently at the hull. The boat shifted slightly off course. Thomas gripped the oars tightly. "We should angle more toward the east," he said quickly. "The current could pull us downstream." Elias nodded, but did not appear alarmed. "Row steadily," he said. Thomas adjusted constantly. What if the current strengthens? What if we hit a submerged branch? His body remained tense. Halfway across the river, Elias stopped rowing. Tomas looked at him in surprise. "Why did you stop?" "Feel it," Elias said softly. Tomas frowned. "Feel what?" "The river." Reluctantly, Tomas loosened his grip slightly. The boat rocked gently, but it did not spin wildly. The current moved steadily beneath them, but not violently. It was not chaos. It was movement. Tomas realized he had been fighting not just the water, but the idea of uncertainty. The river was not fully predictable. It flowed, sometimes slower, sometimes stronger, but it was not plotting against him. Elias resumed rowing, calm and even. They reached the other side safely. Nothing dramatic happened, no disaster, no lesson announced loudly. But as Tomas stepped out of the boat, he noticed how exhausted he felt. Not from rowing, from bracing. That evening, as he sat at his table reviewing his lists again, he noticed how his shoulders had already tightened. What if tomorrow brings something I cannot anticipate? The thought had followed him for years, but now the image of the river returned to him, flowing, moving, unpredictable, yet navigable. He realized something uncomfortable. He had been trying to build invisible bridges into the future, bridges of plans, projections, and endless mental rehearsals. But like the unfinished bridge over the river, those structures never fully reached the other side. Tomorrow remained open, no matter how carefully he calculated. If you are lying here now, perhaps you recognize this feeling. The urge to prepare for every possible outcome. The subtle anxiety that tomorrow must be secured before sleep can come. Notice how your body feels when you think about the future. Is your breath shallow? Is your stomach tight? Now, imagine sitting in that small boat. The river beneath you is moving, but you are floating. You can row when needed. You can adjust when necessary, but you cannot control the entire current. And perhaps you do not need to. In the next part of this story, Thomas will face something he cannot plan for at all. And it will teach him that true steadiness is not built in the future. It is found in the present. For now, let your breath slow. Inhale gently. Exhale fully. Tomorrow is not asking to be solved tonight. You can rest on this shore. The thing Tomas could not plan for arrived quietly. It was not a storm. It was not a drought. It was not a sudden loss. It was a letter, delivered in the late afternoon by a boy from the eastern side of town. The handwriting was unfamiliar. Inside, the message was simple. A distant relative he barely knew had fallen ill. There were no other family members nearby to assist. Tomas was being asked if he could come for a time, perhaps weeks, perhaps longer. The letter did not specify how long the illness would last. It did not promise stability. It did not guarantee that his stored grain would be enough while he was gone. It simply asked. Tomas read it twice. Immediately, his mind began constructing plans. Who would watch the house? What if pests damaged the supplies? What if he left and something unexpected happened here? What if the illness lasted longer than expected? His thoughts built scenarios rapidly, like scaffolding reaching toward a sky that never quite solidified. He sat at his table long after the sun had set. The room grew dim, the air cooled. He realized he was trying to solve every possible version of the future before taking a single step. And yet, there were too many versions. His mind could not calculate them all. The more he tried, the more restless he became. He stood abruptly and walked outside. The evening air felt calm. A thin crescent moon hung low above the river. Without fully deciding why, he walked toward the water. The unfinished bridge stood in shadow. The boat rested quietly against the bank. Elias was already there, sitting on a flat stone near the shore. "You look troubled," Elias said gently. Thomas sat down beside him. "There is a situation," Thomas replied. "I cannot predict its outcome." Elias smiled faintly. "Most situations are like that." Thomas sighed. "If I go, I risk what I have built here. If I stay, I may regret it. I cannot see clearly which path secures the best future." Elias did not answer immediately. Instead, he pointed toward the river. "Do you see that section near the middle?" he asked. The current moved slightly faster there, swirling around a shallow bend. "Yes," Thomas said. "When we cross," Elias continued, "we do not know exactly how the water will shift. We row with attention. We adjust when needed. But we do not demand that the river reveal its entire path before we begin." Thomas watched the water. He realized that his desire for certainty was endless. Even if he secured his grain, even if he prepared for pests, even if he arranged for someone to check his house daily, something unexpected could still happen. The future could not be sealed. The more he tried to close every possibility, the more he felt trapped inside his own planning. "What if I make the wrong choice?" Thomas asked quietly. Elias looked at him calmly. "You will make a choice," he said, "and then you will meet what comes with the same attention." The simplicity of the statement unsettled Thomas. No guarantee, no perfect assurance, just presence. They sat in silence for several minutes. The river moved steadily, as it always had. Thomas noticed something he had rarely allowed himself to notice. In this moment, nothing was wrong. The letter existed. The uncertainty existed. But right now, sitting beside the water, his body was safe. His breath was steady. The problem lived mostly in imagined futures. He placed one hand on his chest and felt his breathing. Inhale, exhale. The mind tried to jump ahead again. What if the illness worsens? What if you return to loss, weather? He let the thoughts pass without chasing them. For the first time in years, he did not attempt to build a full mental bridge into tomorrow. He allowed the path to remain partially unseen. The next morning, he wrote a simple reply. He would go. Not because he had secured every outcome, but because he could respond sincerely to what was here. Before leaving, he arranged reasonable care for his house and supplies, not perfect protection, just thoughtful preparation. Then he stepped onto the road with a small pack and a steady breath. As he walked, uncertainty remained. but it no longer felt like a threat. It felt like the open river. If you are lying here now, perhaps your mind is trying to calculate tomorrow, an upcoming conversation, a responsibility, a decision. Notice how your thoughts attempt to secure every possibility. Now, imagine placing those plans gently beside you. You can row when morning comes. You can adjust when currents shift. But tonight, you are not required to cross. Feel the bed beneath you. Feel your breath rising and falling. Tomorrow does not need to be solved in the dark. In the next part of this story, Tomas will discover something unexpected during his journey. Something that shows him true steadiness is not built from control, but from trust. For now, let your breathing slow. Inhale gently, exhale fully, and rest in the present shore. Thomas expected the journey to feel tense. He expected his mind to race with contingency plans as he walked the long road toward his relative's village. But something surprising happened. The road demanded attention. The ground was uneven in places. Small stones shifted beneath his boots. The wind changed direction as he moved through open fields and wooded paths. He could not walk and calculate endlessly at the same time. When his mind drifted too far into the future, he stumbled slightly. So, he began returning to what was in front of him. The sound of gravel beneath his steps, the weight of his pack on his shoulders, the rhythm of his breath. By the second day of travel, he noticed that his body knew how to respond naturally. When clouds gathered, he adjusted his cloak. When hunger rose, he stopped to eat. When fatigue appeared, he rested. He did not need to predict the entire journey to move through it. He only needed to meet each moment as it arrived. When he finally reached the small house of his relative, he found the illness serious, but not chaotic. There were tasks to be done, water to carry, food to prepare, firewood to split. Thomas did them steadily. There were moments of uncertainty, moments when the patient's condition changed unexpectedly, moments when he did not know what the next day would bring. But something inside him had softened. Instead of trying to secure the outcome, he focused on the action in front of him. Wash the cloth, prepare the broth, sit quietly beside the bed. And each night, when he lay down on a simple mat in the corner of the room, he noticed that sleep came more easily than it had at home. Because here, there was no illusion of control. There was only care. One evening, as he stepped outside after a long day, he looked up at the sky. The stars were scattered clearly above him. He realized something that felt both humbling and freeing. He had never truly controlled tomorrow. He had only tried to manage his fear of it. The future had always been like the river, moving, shifting, impossible to freeze. But he could float. He could row when necessary. He could respond. When his relatives slowly began to recover, weeks later, Thomas prepared to return home. He did not know what he would find. Perhaps some grain had spoiled. Perhaps the roof had shifted in a storm. But the anxiety that once would have gripped him was gentler now. He understood that security was not built by eliminating uncertainty. It was built by trusting his ability to meet it. When he finally arrived back in town, he walked first to the river. Elias was there, sitting beside the unfinished bridge. "You crossed," Elias said with a knowing smile. "Yes," Tomasis replied. "And?" Tomas looked at the open gap between the two halves of wood and stone. "I stopped trying to build invisible bridges into the future," he said quietly. Elias nodded. The river flowed steadily beneath them. Across town, Mira sanded a repaired chair leg without hiding the seam. 3 people in the same town, each learning the same quiet lesson in different ways. The bridge remained unfinished. The cracks remained visible. Tomorrow remained uncertain. And yet, life moved. If you are listening now, notice how your body feels compared to when this story began. Has something softened? Has your breathing slowed slightly? You do not need to secure every outcome before you sleep. You do not need to repair every crack. You do not need to finish every bridge. For now, you can simply rest. In our next story, we will meet someone who believed peace would come only after proving herself worthy of it. And like the others, she will discover that rest does not wait for achievement. For now, inhale slowly, exhale gently, let tomorrow remain open. Story 4. The Woman Who Waited to Deserve Rest. In a small house near the fields beyond Mira's workshop, there lived a woman named Leora. If Thomas had tried to secure tomorrow, Leora tried to earn peace. She believed deeply in effort. She woke before sunrise each morning. She worked in the fields until her hands were rough with soil. She cared for her aging mother in the evenings. She prepared meals not only for herself, but often for neighbors who seemed more tired than she allowed herself to be. The townspeople admired her. "She never stops," they said. "She is strong. She is reliable." And Leora carried those words carefully. But there was something no one saw. She did not rest easily, not because she had too much work, but because she did not believe she had done enough. Each night, when the sky darkened and the town grew quiet, she would sit on the edge of her bed and review her day. Did I work hard enough? Was I patient enough? Did I waste time anywhere? If she remembered a moment of frustration, she replayed it. If she noticed a task left incomplete, she promised to do more tomorrow. Rest, in her mind, was a reward, and she had not yet earned it. One evening, after a long harvest day, she walked home slowly under a sky painted in soft orange and deepening blue. Her body was tired, her shoulders ached, but instead of allowing herself to feel that tiredness, she tightened slightly. Not yet. There are dishes to wash, there is grain to sort. Inside her small house, she moved methodically, clean, organize, prepare. By the time she finally lay down, her body was heavy, but her mind remained alert. You could have done more. The thought was quiet, but persistent. Across town, the unfinished bridge stood in the fading light. Elias no longer stared at its gap with regret. Mira no longer erased every crack. Thomas no longer built plans into the distant future. But Leora built something else. An invisible scale. On one side, effort. On the other, worthiness. And no matter how much she placed on the side of effort, it never quite balanced. One afternoon, while working in the fields, she noticed an elderly farmer resting beneath a tree. He had completed only half his row. She frowned slightly. There was still daylight. There was still strength in his hands. Why was he resting already? Later, as she carried water back toward her house, she felt a sharp pain in her lower back. She paused instinctively, then immediately straightened. Keep going. But the pain returned with each step. That evening, while preparing dinner, her movements were slower. The ache did not disappear. As she sat down finally, her mother looked at her gently. "You are tired," her mother said softly. "I am fine," Leora replied quickly. Her mother shook her head. "You work as though rest must be deserved." Leora looked down at her hands. "Isn't it?" The question felt so obvious that she had never spoken it aloud before. That night, as she lay awake once more, her back throbbing quietly, she noticed something she had never allowed herself to notice. Even after her most productive days, even after helping others, even after exhausting herself completely, the feeling of enough never arrived. It always moved one step ahead. If you are listening now, perhaps you recognize this pattern. The belief that once you finish more, achieve more, become better, then you will finally allow yourself to rest. Notice how that belief feels. Is it motivating, or is it quietly heavy? Leora did not yet see the weight she was carrying, but soon Something small and unexpected would interrupt her constant striving. And for the first time, she would be forced to stop. Not because she had earned it, but because she had no choice. For now, let your breath soften. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. You do not have to earn this moment of rest. The interruption came quietly. It was not dramatic. It was not a collapse in the field. It was not an illness that confined her to bed. It was something much smaller. One morning, as Leora bent to lift a heavy basket of harvested grain, the sharp pain in her lower back returned, stronger than before. This time, her body did not cooperate. The basket slipped from her hands. Grain spilled into the soil. She tried to straighten, but the pain tightened like a knot across her spine. For a moment, she stood frozen in the field, breathing shallowly. "Keep going," her mind insisted. But her body did not move. The elderly farmer she had once judged for resting saw her from across the rows and approached slowly. "Sit," he said gently. "I can continue," she replied automatically. He shook his head. "Sit." Something in his tone, calm, unquestioning, made her hesitate. Reluctantly, she lowered herself onto the ground beneath the wide branches of a nearby tree. The earth felt cool beneath her hands. The sky stretched above her, open and indifferent to productivity. The farmer sat beside her without speaking. Minutes passed. The wind moved softly through the leaves. Birds called in the distance. The spilled grain lay scattered, untouched. Leora felt uncomfortable, not from the pain alone, but from the stillness. "I am wasting time," she thought. But as she tried to stand again, the pain reminded her sharply. Not yet. She had no choice. She had to remain seated. The farmer leaned back against the tree trunk. "When I was younger," he said quietly, "I believed that if I stopped working, the world would fall apart." Leora did not respond. "I thought rest was laziness," he continued, "but I learned something over time." He gestured toward the fields. "The earth rests too." She frowned slightly. "The earth?" she repeated. "Yes," he said. "After harvest, the soil is left untouched. It is allowed to recover. Without that rest, nothing grows well the next season." Leora stared at the ground beneath her. The soil looked ordinary, still. Yet beneath the surface, unseen processes continued. Quiet restoration, unseen nourishment. She realized something uncomfortable. She had treated herself differently from the earth. She allowed the land to rest, but not her own body. The wind brushed across her face again. Her breathing began to slow. Inhale, exhale. She noticed the ache in her back without fighting it. It was not a punishment, it was a signal. For years, she had believed that effort created worth. But sitting beneath that tree, unable to stand without pain, she began to question that belief. If worth must be earned, when does it begin? As a child? After achievement? After perfection? The thought felt fragile. Perhaps worth was not something to accumulate. Perhaps it was something already present. The farmer eventually stood and offered her a hand. "Rest today," he said gently. "The field will not disappear." She returned home slowly, moving carefully. That afternoon, she lay down, not because she had finished everything, but because her body required it. At first, her mind resisted. "You should be working. You are falling behind." But she did not move. She placed one hand lightly over her stomach and felt her breath rising and falling. Inhale, exhale. The world outside continued. The river flowed. The unfinished bridge stood. Mira sanded wood in her workshop. Tomas returned from his journey. Nothing collapsed because she paused. As evening approached, she noticed something subtle. The feeling of not enough had not disappeared, but it had softened. Rest had not been earned. It had simply been taken, and the sky had not judged her. If you are lying in the dark now, perhaps part of you believes you must finish more before sleep, that you must deserve rest. Notice that thought gently. And now, imagine sitting beneath that tree, the wind moving softly above you, the earth cool and steady beneath your body. You do not need to complete the entire field before you sit. In the final part of this story, Lyora will discover something even deeper, that rest is not the opposite of effort. It is what makes effort sustainable. For now, let your breathing slow. Let your muscles soften. You are allowed to pause. The next morning, Leora woke before sunrise, as she always had. For a moment, she almost swung her legs out of bed immediately. Then she remembered the ache in her back. It was still there, quieter than yesterday, but present. She lay still. The ceiling above her was simple, wooden, familiar. The room was silent except for the faint sound of wind outside. Her mind began its usual counting. The fields need tending. The water must be carried. There is washing to finish. But instead of rising at once, she stayed with her breath. Inhale, exhale. She noticed how uncomfortable it felt to remain still when there was work to do. Not because of laziness, but because stillness felt undeserved. She slowly sat up and walked outside. The fields were touched by early morning light. The soil looked the same as always, calm, waiting. She walked to the rows she had not completed yesterday. They were still there. They had not judged her absence. She bent carefully and worked gently, listening to her body. When the ache sharpened slightly, she paused, not dramatically, not with frustration, just paused. The elderly farmer noticed her slower pace and nodded approvingly from across the field. By midday, she returned home earlier than usual. Her mother was sitting by the window, mending a small tear in a shirt. "You came back sooner," her mother observed. "Yes," Leora replied. "Is something wrong?" Leora hesitated. "No," she said slowly. "I am learning something." Her mother smiled faintly, but did not press further. That afternoon, instead of forcing herself into constant activity, Leora sat outside her house for a few quiet moments. The sun warmed her face. The air carried the scent of dry grass. She watched clouds drift slowly across the sky. For years, she had believed rest was a reward at the end of effort. Now, she began to sense something different. Rest was not a prize. It was nourishment. Without it, effort became brittle. Without it, kindness turned into obligation. Without it, even achievement felt hollow. She thought of the earth lying fallow between harvests. The soil did not need to prove itself during that time. It simply existed. And in that existence, it restored itself. That evening, when she lay down in bed, her mind still whispered faintly, "You could have done more." But she answered differently this time. "I did enough for today." The words felt unfamiliar on her tongue, but they felt steady. She placed both hands over her chest and noticed her heartbeat. It had been beating since the day she was born. It did not wait for accomplishment to continue. It did not measure her productivity. It simply pulsed, alive, worthy without condition. Across town, the unfinished bridge stood quietly. Elias no longer measured himself against what was incomplete. Mira allowed cracks to remain visible in her work. Thomas walked roads without securing every outcome. And now, Leora learned to sit beneath the open sky without proving her value first. 4 lives in the same small town. 4 lessons circling the same truth. Peace does not wait for perfection. It does not wait for completion. It does not wait for certainty. It does not wait for deserving. It is available in this breath, right now. As you lie here listening, notice your body. Has it worked today? Has it carried you through tasks, conversations, responsibilities? It does not need to justify itself to rest. Let your shoulders sink deeper into the bed. Let your jaw soften. Let your breathing slow naturally. You do not have to earn this moment. The fields can wait. The bridge can remain unfinished. The cracks can remain visible. Tomorrow can remain uncertain. And you can rest. In the final section, we will gather the quiet threads from these 4 stories and gently guide you into deeper stillness. For now, inhale slowly, exhale gently, and allow yourself to feel enough. Tonight, you have walked through a quiet town. You have sat beside an unfinished bridge. You have watched a cracked bench stand steady again. You have floated across an uncertain river. You have rested beneath a tree without earning it first. 4 different lives, 4 different struggles. And yet, the same gentle lesson flowing beneath them all. Elias believed he needed completion. Mira believed she needed perfection. Thomas believed he needed certainty. Lyora believed she needed to deserve rest. But the bridge remained unfinished. The cracks remained visible. The future remained open. And rest did not wait for permission. Now, as you lie here in the quiet, notice what your own mind has been asking for. Completion, correction, control, achievement. Notice the subtle tension in that asking, and now, gently loosen it. The river in the town never stopped flowing, even when the bridge halted halfway, even when storms came, even when no one was watching. Your breath is like that river. It has been moving since the beginning of this story, since before it, since long before today's worries appeared. Inhale slowly, exhale gently. There may still be unfinished things in your life, conversations left open, goals still forming, questions without answers. Let them stand like that bridge in the fading light, not problems, just structures in progress. There may still be cracks, moments you wish had gone differently, edges that feel rough. Let them remain like golden seams in a repaired bowl. Visible, honest. There may still be uncertainty about tomorrow, plans that cannot be fully secured. Let tomorrow remain like the open river. You can row when morning comes. And perhaps, somewhere inside, there is still a quiet belief that you must earn peace, that you must do one more thing, say one more word, fix one more flaw. But right now, your body is lying here. Your breath is steady. Your heart is beating without condition. Nothing more is required. Feel the surface beneath you. the weight of your arms, the warmth of your blanket. Let your thoughts move like clouds across a wide sky. No need to chase them. No need to push them away. Just let them pass. If a memory arises, let it be like the unfinished bridge, present but not heavy. If a worry appears, let it be like the river, moving, not permanent. If self-judgment whispers, let it soften beneath the understanding that you are already enough. Inhale, slow and deep. Exhale, longer. With each breath, feel yourself settling further. The day is complete, not perfect, not fully resolved, but complete enough to rest. Imagine the town at night, the river reflecting the stars, the workshop quiet, the fields still, the unfinished bridge standing peacefully against the sky. Everything exactly as it is, and you drifting gently toward sleep. You do not need to finish anything else tonight. You do not need to repair anything else tonight. You do not need to secure anything else tonight. You do not need to earn anything else tonight. Just breathe. Inhale slowly, exhale gently, and allow yourself to sink deeper, softer, into the quiet, into the dark, into rest. Good night.